Good afternoon. Obligatory. Welcome back, Renka. I want to catalogue all of the iterations I've gone through. With you, and the Cards of the Bird Empire. Once again, it was 14 hours since you last redeemed that, actually, wasn't it? Because you have since staved off this perk slot once more. You have to be here, the birds will get you. I'm central. You've identified with the birds now. Thank you. We welcome everyone, except those we don't. The Bird Empire is very generous. You're quite welcome here. I realize the underlying sarcasm in that comment might not have made it through because I sometimes feel like I get a dry tone. Now that I've explained that, it ruins the joke anyway. So, we're gonna get that up. We have got a missing set of planks, weirdly enough. Not sure what happened to them. I left them here 15 hours ago. I just went about my day. I figured it would be nice to just stare at some planks for a little while, but I guess not. They've just got up and walked away. I do want to set up view distance below. Let me fix my graphics. Bloom, sunshine, depth of field, icky. That's good. My eyes are automatically depth of field magical thingies. I don't need the computer to depth of field for me. I'm about to do some more magic and make this mug full again. I can't believe I went out, I cooked breakfast for half hour, and I forgot to put any of my stupid little kettle on and make any tea. I'm so mad. This game has been running for how long? Good lord. Alright, let's get rid of this. We've got... Maybe we can just... Nope. We can group them. There we go. Cyan. Make... Oh, game is catching up. Game is catching up with being open for so long. But we should go on a tour and just refresh the game's assets, shall we? Do we still have... Oh, the village. Hello. We set up some stuff on pine trees. Do they still exist? They do. The hot tub does not. This thing does. Alright. We successfully... We've successfully refreshed. Munch. snackable random food. Ooh. Blood pudding, not black pudding. That's not good. Core wood is on the ground. Core wood is important. Core wood on the ground usually means my build fell apart. Ugh, maybe I should have chilled a lot more yesterday. My chair is already starting to feel uncomfortable. Just metal. Like a 0.4. Does metal give us... Oh. Metal gives you nothing. Found leftover pizza. You found leftover pizza. Today is a good day. I think I could never have agreed more with a sentence. Let's buy that one. It's busted. Alright. We need... Sorry. That? Although, hey, that's a good way to get rid of a... Good way to get rid of a build, isn't it? We'll leave that. We need a mountain space or police space though. Why is it not? Could be flattening it out to my height. Be a black metal hoe that clears a big 4x4. I would love... I don't mind the size. I think the size is actually very inaccurate. I would rather super more... I would like Parthen for a flattened area. What I do want though, I want to have one that flattens higher and lower. I want it to be more aggressive and more efficient at just making things perfectly flat. too many times I've gone to make like this. I want that to be flat, but there's a certain point where it will just not be flat. It annoys me. I prefer that it's better at being a round flattener. Having to switch between the hoe and the pickaxe, to me, is like annoying. Like, I can deal with, right? But it would be nice if there was a hoe upgrade that removed the need to switch to a pickaxe to get perfectly flat terrain. Like, this is nice. It's not impossible to do just hoe alone. The problem is that, well, you sort of have to pick the middle ground. For things like this, you do have to mine them out of the way. Maybe that's not the worst. You need the cultivator. Arrow, add gear, bronze. Oh. You always get stuff like this that weirds me out too. These seams in the world that only sort of show when you're modifying terrain is the only time the seams of the world show themselves like that. Sorry, is this not removing rock? No, this is 100% removing rock. It's just not looking at those points. God. Oh, am I doing Shield Maidens tomorrow, Gradka? Shield Maidens is tomorrow, right? It's not that I'm dreading it, but I am remembering that I have to go drink driving, and that the whole Shield Maidens night is going to be me drinking. Not that I'm dreading it, but also, I haven't had alcohol in so long. I'm kind of... not... oh, dreading is literally not the right word, right? But... contemplating what choices led me to this point in life. Didn't pay attention to when. I don't know what day it is. I have been awake sort of way too long. All I know is Shield Maidens is on Friday. Area is suddenly no longer big enough. Ah, the curse of trying to find. We'll do this. It would also be nice to get a square, like a nice flat, effective paving, right? I want to make square pavers. Everything is built in squares. I want to pave it. Hello, Wednesday. Good, I have 2 days left. Okay. I have a day where I can actually sleep and catch up on... not dying. I feel like... I mean, I think I got my I think I actually slept a lot last night. I went to bed when the timer said 9 or 10, and I woke up when it said 14. So, more than I normally get. Can't complain. Weirdly enough, my headphones fell off and I missed the hydrator mode, which I'm claiming that I did now. I think it was Joker. One of the Joker streamers came in and claimed to hydrate while I was asleep, but my headphones were mixing this up another time zone? You mean the 14 and 10? No, that was just the in-stream timer. We were 10 hours into things collapsing when I went to bed. But not military time. Quickly sneak some of my breakfast that I've got left over. If you say it's Wednesday, then it's 2 days' time. Plenty of time to get ready, not die. I don't know what would be worse. Going to bed early tomorrow and choking on food. Oh, we're off to a good start. I don't know what would be worse, going to bed early tomorrow or sleeping in. Because like, if I go to bed early and just wake up in 3 hours time later, it's not gonna work. So maybe I just do my regular schedule and try and sleep in. Tea. Maybe I've done this the wrong side. I don't like I can see that one. Eh? Because this way, we'll build this way, and we can see, because the sun rises over there and arcs in a very winter fashion. This needs to be a little higher. Hold up. Interesting, this is actually holding from that thing. Good luck with the science. You're off again. No worries, Greta. Thank you for popping in. Okay, the science isn't going too well at the moment. Go. Let's display, I think. You ever start something? Hello. You ever start something and then immediately get hit by a wave of being tired? We've done one tiny thing and I'm already just conking out. I don't know exactly why. It's because I made a cup of tea with warm milk and I made myself breakfast. Well, lunch, I suppose. How are you, Tone? I don't actually know. I've got the times there. Maybe I'll shuffle them down, shall I? Below email. That'll come in on top of the text now. But we have the official times locked in. Maybe I need the backgrounds enabled. I don't know. Is that easy to read? To me, it's not because it shrinks it down for the preview. We have 7 hours, 30 minutes, and 24 seconds for the regular build. That would be this one. Build version 1.0. Which is just the regular crisscross with the iron grade. We have, and I should do a smaller test because there was so much that wasn't controlled in the timer. We didn't measure distance, we didn't measure like this, right? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 would be plenty. I think if we're going to actually test, we should do 10 long, 2 wide, and that should be the test. Or 10 long, 1 wide. I don't think would be too much trouble. Because I have a couple of other things I need to figure out. My version 1.2, which is what I'm about to start demonstrating here, wait a minute. My version 1.2 that I was trying to figure out and when tested yesterday didn't actually work as well as I was hoping. Originally, I had kind of hoped that we could get version 1.2. I'm not mistaken, my first try never breaks till today. Oh, yes. So, we do have the supports here. The trick is, I need to figure out a way to knock out these supports and still keep this result. But this is the build limit, so this is what you can do with just one set of supports. So, all of these are regular, like this here is all blue. As far as the game is concerned, iron beams all the way out here, even though they're orange and red. Forward on this iron beam is just perfectly happy. Over there you start to actually see it be a bit green. Now here you've got regular wood as well that's sitting on green. This is like super close to the build limits, like that's as far out that way as you can go. And this is still green. It's a very, very useful and very effective way to build out without touching the ground. If you need to make a bridge, this foundation should get you across quite a bit. I mean, think about the fact that you've got this far out is the build limit. So you have that much distance that you can work with, and then you can double it, because if you can reach the other side with that doubled, you get to refresh the weights over at the other side. And that is, you can also then put wooden cord over there and make like a little tiny drawbridge part as well if you need the extra distance. But that's basically what we're doing, is trying to remove the supports and get it to still stay. That's version 1. Version 2 was what we tested yesterday. Version 2 was very kind of interesting in the sense that it doesn't actually iterate all that much, except for adding regular wooden planks. But what's interesting to me is Octo said, while I was streaming yesterday, Octo said this is it. She seems certain that this is the anti-gravity build. But I have a couple of theories that I need to test to figure out why it didn't work. There's a couple of key differences left, including placing a boat on top, that might actually be important to getting this part to work. Which will be something else we're testing today. At the moment, I just want to sort of catalogue everything I've tried, since a lot of the testing requires we just leave it destroyed. I want a way to actually see what we've done. There is you hope for a bridge build. I would love to test it out, right? Like, just take a single beam out. Or even, well, I think double would be fine. Double is fine for Valheim, because you only need it big enough for a cart. I don't know, because it's impossible to get an angled iron beam, I don't know how you go. You can't even get darkwood angled. The closest you can get is that. And I don't think, maybe that works as a ramp? Not exactly. As far as strong materials you can use to make an incline, you're not really in much luck. What's that one doing? That one. Problem being that Even if you were to make the incline, let's go too high. Once you get back to the iron beams, they immediately take way less stability because they're connected to regular wood, not iron beams. So if you do need to raise it, that would be the one thing I would need to figure out. Having said that, if you can actually make an anti-grav structure, this is irrelevant, because then you're not relying on the wooden beams for support if it's anti-grav. The wooden beams would basically be hanging off of the stuff you're generating. I wonder if that works. There's no way that... Oh, I love the idea of using spikes as a means to generate steps. Because there's also actually no steps. I suppose there's those, isn't there? That might be better than regular rolled stone, perhaps. Making iron off a stone would work a little better. We'll definitely have to do some figuring out. No way this... No way. Maybe that is viable then. We'll have to see, because that, in my mind, that definitely means you can't get as far. And of course, well, I assume the intent of this build would be to get a boat underneath. Which seems in its own right a little bit difficult. Even a car was a little too high for that. That would need to be so high off the ground to not hit. Caffeine kicking? Boats generate aggro? I didn't know boats generated aggro. Guess ghost mode doesn't apply to boats. Take a quick bite to eat. I didn't eat anything yesterday during the stream. Started the stream with a set of hot dogs, ended it by going to bed, and well, I woke up actually to end it, but need a little bit of food to keep myself running properly. You guys okay? Oh. It's my unarmed dad. Wait, my unarmed's at 95 and I'm only matching the Great Orb's attack against the boat. Seems a little sus considering how weak they are. But then again, we also tested level 100 unarmed against the troll and we did like 2 damage. Unarmed kinda needs some buffs to ever be viable. I also find it interesting the pig got bored. It's really committed. boar gave up. The boar hasn't destroyed a single boat yet. Carry the great off? He's just going ham. We're probably about to go to the most damaging looking one. There we go. He finally saw me. Pig, weirdly, didn't care. It's so weird. Your camera is wonky, but you're moving the mouse up and down. It's like regular up and down, and so is left and right. Regular left and right. Would you like some help? You do about the same amount of damage, apparently, so... Technically, we should test out. I'm rubbing my eyes. Ugh. Alright, tea. You need to come in clutch. Tea. Lovely. Actually, it's a lovely brand tea. Alrighty. That doesn't. That's good enough. We don't need it to be fancy. We're not going down in this stuff anyway. theory here is by putting the X beam, what keeps the beam hold. It's so blurry. The theory here is by putting the X beam, what keeps the beams hold. Sort of. It does. Like, if you built out like that. I don't actually know, because you'd want the grading for the floor, right? That's a minimum. So if you built that, I think it's slightly worse. And I mean slightly. When you build out just regularly, instead of just a single beam, you get less stability than when you build out using this pattern. You can go further using this pattern than iron beams alone. As for what part about the build makes it do that, I don't know. But iron beams alone go less distance than cross pattern does. Not by much, like you're talking maybe 2 extra blocks distance, maybe, from memory. Not a lot, but, you know, for what we're testing, not a lot can make all the difference. This is going to be build 1.6. Technically build 1.3. Let me put that one down in the examples before I forget. Build 1.3 was like 1.05 or something. It was the stupidest one we ever did. Version whatever we made. It was like a halfway point where I was just sort of throwing shit at the fan to see. But what's interesting is this one was a failure, complete failure. This is the stupidest one we did. Although, to be fair, there was like a minor chance this would have worked, and it would have been so cool. I have to sneeze. This was one of them. Did I do this build here? Technically, yes, we did put this build on the bottom of the ice cream sandwich. I think I got rid of it and this was eventually the third layer. Because we did have a third layer at one point. Which we also got rid of because it basically was a proof of concept that layering things like this even worked. Once the proof of concept failed, there was no point really sticking it out and waiting to see it fail more. So that was the proof of concept, and it was a complete and utter failure. Because this gained absolutely no benefit over the iteration, the first one. The second one did. The second one absolutely gained time. The third one, let's grab out. Come on. Here you go. And do we have any more space? Maybe for one more, right? Now we're on to 1.4, the next iteration, which is more of a bit of the same, to be quite honest. We're not doing anything too extravagant. We're going to go out one more wide. We're going to drop a longboat on it. Build one other piece of support. And that might be the last thing I need. I can't add too much, right? We should do it without the boat first, and then do it with the boat. There is a minor chance, and I'm thinking there might be the boat itself affecting some of the collision data. Since boats aren't static, these things will shuffle around even if you don't. They move in the winds, they'll rock around, they vibrate when things hit them. And you get darkwood. I never thought to test. Of course you can. I just never thought to test with it. Yes, we are going to figure out how Octo made that, because I don't know. There's no way to crisscross except for these. There's no iron crisscross pattern. Yeah, I did know that the tar, it's like a waterproof system. It's kind of neat. Hello. Hang on, wrong chat. Sorry, be right back. So we're back. Need to figure out how to do this. There's no way it's just actually a... We don't have half slab patterns, do we? No. I need a way to do this. I had fly mode on. I sat down to lower the camera. Okay, no, that isn't it. That's not it, because there's no stuff poking out. I can't test with a completely different method. But it refuses to because of this plank already there. No snap whatsoever. Did you actually know? Darkwood doesn't have weathering effects, but did you actually know? In real life, you can waterproof canvas by using candle wax on the seams. We had all of our canvas camping gear when we were young. We used to go camping a fair bit, and all of our canvas camping gear was waterproofed with candle wax. We just bought a bunch of dinner table candles and we would drip them over the seams until they set. Once they set, the thing was waterproof and you could wear it out in the weather, and even if it rained, all you had to do was zip yourself up and keep a breathing hole at the top. I don't know how to finagle this. This one is interesting. All I need is that on both sides. Yeah, if you have... to be fair, it's a specific type of canvas. Because there's also canvas that kind of acts like denim. More of a fabric type of canvas, that stuff won't work. But if you have a thick leather canvas, whether it be a bag or a tote bag or whatever it is, you can use candle wax and make it waterproof. We used to use those. It was like a sleeping bag, but you put the canvas. You put the sleeping bag in the canvas material, and then that would be the waterproof part. So you would stay warm in the sleeping bag, and the canvas would keep you dry. Didn't matter if it rained, didn't matter if you wanted to sleep under the stars, everything was good. You can get waterproof sleeping bags. Ours definitely were not. Ours were winter-style sleeping bags, I guess you'd call them. Just designed to keep you super warm and nothing else. They were made of like fabrics and cloth. Very much not waterproof. But yeah, you are right. You could probably get a waterproof sleeping bag these days. One thing to be able to do anti-gravity, I want to know how. What part of the build actually gives us the anti-gravity? I must know. It's actually been a long time since we last went camping anywhere. We sold a lot of our camping gear probably around 2000 and would have been before 2010. Testing resumes. I suppose both of these are 1.4. If we're going to go with build version 1, will both of these contribute? Because the logic is simply we need to add something on top of the platform to help reset the platform's logic lower. Or in the case of Octo, or in the case of this build, ideally, we'd love to not just reset the platform's physics slower, but stop it from degrading entirely. I'm not sure if it's the boat that does it, or if it's just anything sitting on top of the 1.2 design. It's definitely got to do something with the 1.2 design, but I just need to test exactly what. We've already had chunks falling off of this one I'm sitting on, which means that it's not very likely going to be this. The successor, I suppose, takes the crown of build 1.4, were there to be a successor. Indeed. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. How are you? Both of them are falling apart. I don't actually know. Like, unless one of them stops falling apart at some point. I'm at a bit of a loss here. I don't have anything else I can really iterate on past this point. Except for figuring out how the piece I'm sitting on over there, I might need to rethink how Octo's done it, or I might log into Red's world and just go have a look at her platform. Is Red live? If Red isn't live, the world should be up still. Red is live. That's fine. Absolutely fine. We'll wait till later tonight or tomorrow. And was the science going? I would say it's in a mixed bag. We have the times building version 1.2 and building version 1. But I do want to do a bit more of a contained test. I feel like I won't stream it because that those times were technically for a time-lapse video. What I might end up doing is I'll rebuild them. I'll make them 5 by 5 or something perhaps. 25 squares total. I think we'll use the 5 by 5 platform size as the standard for testing. So those times will be fine as for now. But in the future, I think we're going to do a 5 by 5 or a 4 by 4 pattern. And that will be how we test things. Just because building out to the... What we did last night, we went to the building limit. We built out as far as the platform and the structure could hold itself on its own weight. Impressive, and while it made for a super long video, it doesn't exactly do anything. A 5 by 5 or a 4 by 4 platform brings in that standard of consistency between the different tests, because some of these platforms can actually reach out further than other platforms. So I'll probably do it all offline. I'll just set it going with the timer, and I'll stick around and make sure it doesn't fall apart while I'm not watching. Interesting. What is interesting too is there seems to be a bit of RNG to this. Technically speaking, the platform with the boat and the platform that I'm sitting on are identical. No physical difference whatsoever. The only difference between the two is I am sitting on that piece of construction and the other one has a boat, but the one on the left seems to be falling apart very quickly. I figure so long as I sit here and watch the boat, nothing can go wrong, right? If I stare at it, what could possibly go wrong? My beam collapsing gave me a bit of a fright. for the test, the distance round. Well, I mean, Octo's definitely way beyond what I'm testing. Unless you mean further away calculates slower. I don't know. Maybe that is worth testing. Because Octo, my thought would be that higher up would be worse. But I mean, that's part of the question. Octo has got a floating boat that's falling. This stuff is collapsing. That's the part I don't get. One other thing that I haven't figured out. I might have to go and log into that server tonight or tomorrow and just have a look at what she's got up there on the boat. Because past this point, there's nothing else I can really understand about the build that I can figure out visually. This is all visual. I've not asked Octo how she's done it. She thought I nailed it with the building version 1.2, but that one fell apart. Albeit, it took 14 hours to fall apart, which is twice as slow as the regular build that I eyeballed from her lake construction. So it's not like we're not sort of getting halfway there. There's just one final thing that I can't figure out. The music is a bit too loud. And the game is just being a bit quiet, actually. The music's about a 50% volume at the moment, but you can go down a little more. Give me a sec. Oopsie daisy. Because, I mean, bear in mind, if I set the environment to storm, the music would basically be inaudible. It does have that one loud song too. But I'll set it down to 18, negative 18 gain. Should be a little quieter. Oh. If you think the music's loud, don't do any of the sound alerts. I'll turn it down a little bit, but I'm not going to tweak it too much. Right now, again, I still do have to do a bit of guesswork as well. Right now, OBS is telling me that the music is as loud as the game. But the game has no audio, basically, right? Just the winds and a couple of deer in the background. So I feel like that, if that's how it is working, if that is where it's at, I don't mind. Having the music compete with the wind and the deer, I think would be where I'd want it, but will definitely know how loud it is when anyone donates a sound alert or a regular alert. Speaking of, before I forget, I need to actually fix this screen. Chat's back to normal. We minimized it yesterday to sort of keep things out of the way of everything collapsing. So now everything's back to regular size. The music is part of the VOD, yes. I believe all of the music I've picked, believe I'm fine to use. None of it has been flagged, and almost all of it comes from video games, so... Music is part of the VOD. Everything... I don't split my audio. Everything you hear now will be in the VOD later on. I've never been flagged for using any of the music I've picked so far. Fingers crossed I can keep it that way. A little sad. I'll sit here, I gotta wait it out though. And this is another reason I think having a standardized test, maybe 4x4, is perfectly fine. 4x4, I think, would be the standard size for testing in the future, just because of how long it takes for this stuff to fall apart. I do not want to be sitting for 10 hours waiting for the test to complete. Even 3x3 might be fine just to do a bit of testing. I think I'll try 4x4, and if that's still too slow to do much testing on, we'll drop it down to 3. But, I'm not certain, and this is part of what I want to test. I'm not actually certain if... I'm not certain if some stuff is breaking, but there comes a point where the integrity settled into permanent. That's the thing I don't know about the boat or the other thing sitting on top. Because it might just be that eventually, once enough stuff has broken off, it might just be fine. Oh, we're not allowed to do that. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about, though, the fact that the iron beams are the ones that are breaking makes me a little worried. I really, really want to go have another close-up look at how Octo's built the supports under the boat in the cake server. I'm not going to break anything, I'm not going to touch anything. I've been doing everything by eyeballing it so far, so that's all I'm going to do. I'll go have a look what I can see has happened and see if I can't replicate. That'll be for a later date though. I might... Because we've been doing a lot of this sort of stuff, streaming it lately, what I might do is... I'll go check out what Octo's built for the boat. I'll build it or try to replicate it here, and I'll save that for next time. So it'll be built and ready to go, basically. Because otherwise, my dumb ass is gonna forget. I'll go there, I'll look, and I'll be like, oh, I don't know anymore. I'll go there, I'll look, and I'll build it off stream, ready for the next time we do any of this stuff. Toad, I never actually properly got to ask. How did you go with all the audio stuff? Seems that you've sort of got it figured out pretty quickly. If you're still there. I'm very glad that you were able to make sense of the absolute mess I gave of an explanation. The sad part about waiting for stuff to not collapse is you have to just sit down and wait for stuff to not collapse. I say as it collapses. Honestly, I do have the picture-in-picture. You could always try and find out where Fallout Shelter went. I'm sure actually I might have a copy on Steam. I don't know if I saved it after. I need to sit back up. Hello. We return. Well, I mean, at this point, do we just pack it up? I know we've only been going, shit, we've been going for 2 hours. How? How do I keep doing this? How long have we just been sitting here? I don't have a timer for this one. Because this one was meant to just last forever, I suppose. How long has it lasted? Half hour now? a bit of cleaning here, actually. We spent a fair amount of time on the racing wheel the other day, and I do not have racing gloves. You just gotta give it a wipe down after you're done, really, just to make sure it stays. You have racing gloves. I'm actually thinking now, that's probably why people use them. I always thought it was just a weird, nerdy thing to do, like, because the actual drivers wear gloves. Maybe that's part of it. But finally having my own racing wheel, I think I understand why now. Without the racing gloves, this thing gets dirty. Very dirty. Fine. Nothing a little bit of maintenance can't fix. I'm love and care. Sad. Maybe I should check Red's stream, because if she's on the cake with, you know what? No, Petra. She's on with Petra, isn't she? I am definitely not at any risk of DMCA by singing tone. A fair bit of cleaning. probably unplug the thing to clean it so it doesn't keep trying to get back to the center. Then I'm lazy and... because when you plug it back in, it crunch and makes angry noises while it spins. Sad day. Although, it's kept its shape. Same problem we had last night with version 1.2. Weirdly, over on the left, the boat build has collapsed slower. No worries, Tone. Oh, is this caffeine kicking in from a cup of tea? No cigar. Very sad both are collapsing. Whereas this song is probably one of the louder ones in the playlist. tell me we disconnected already? What the hell? I swear, my internet is fucked. But I can't complain because we did get the racing car stream. We did mostly all of the technical issues that day. Where the racing day yesterday, no, not yesterday, it was the day before. All of the technical difficulties were in the programs, the games themselves, not actually on the stream, which I'm happy about. I think we had 2 dropouts in the whole 10 hours, which I really can't complain. You know, 1 or 2, I'm fine. When it keeps doing it, that's when I get a little annoyed about it. By the way, if you were, I know you said you're gonna lurk, but you got your audio software working, Tone. I'm actually really glad that sort of made sense to you because I felt like I just lost it trying to explain that program yesterday. Or was that the day before? Sometime earlier this week. I'm glad you got it working.
Back again. And you?
Wakey, 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 wakey. Oh. Right. How did you go setting up the audio tone? I will be back. The boat collapsed. Oh lord. Okay. I'll be back in a sec. I need to go. Far up. After everything, there's the boat. What happened? What actually happens? After everything is all said and done, this one held up together. Still looks like it's kind of collapsing, so I'm not exactly sure. Phone? Why are you making disgusting noise? Why is the game audio not working? Hello? Is the game audio coming through? Okay. It is. Not sure why. This is still almost entirely in one piece. It's impressive. Oh, crunch. But in the sense that... Oh, this one was gonna fall over first. We are still... Oh my lord, coffee did not kick in today. I'm gonna need to go get another coffee. but I think I might have to put a hold. What is going on with my phone? That's disgusting. Hope that doesn't come through stream. Right. We might have to put a hold on it. Although this is still, like, it looks in one piece, and I know that can be misleading, because it's the iron beams inside that I think are the important parts. But that's where I'm a little curious. It's still falling apart, but I suppose this is more like a version 1.2 Redux, since it's the exact same pattern, we've just added something on top. We've yet to really figure out. Building version 1.0 and 1.2, I can't even say they've been a failure. This one was a complete failure. This did not iterate at all. This is absolutely an amazing build, and this one did improve on the concept. But I think we've done enough sitting around doing nothing. We will, sadly, we will still sit around and do nothing for like 3 more minutes. Because I need to go make a coffee. Proper coffee, because apparently tea did not kick in today and we are running on empty at the moment. But I figure I'm not really sure. I suppose that was all I really had left to test. Past this point, I am guessing. So I might even sneak a peek over at what Red and Petra are doing, because if they're on the cake world, I'm totally dropping it to figure out how this is done and get another attempt going. I will switch us over. I don't know. We had Oblivion running, didn't we? I'm gonna go over to Skatebird for the music. That'll teach me to click things when I don't. Okay. I don't know. I just feel like Skatebird might be on the menu today. The theme's okay. Where? Oh wait. Run. Oh, Red Fairy isn't streaming. Oh. Okay. Ah, no, Red Fairy just had a hiccup. Alrighty. Holy cow. Right. Okay. I'm gonna go get this coffee. I won't put the AFK screen on, but I will put on some jams. And we're gonna turn them down, shall we? We'll have to wait then. We won't be able to know the secrets until a little later. Right. This one has impressed me. I don't know. I don't know what changes how these things work. Maybe we'll have to do a couple of tests of it. Alright. I'm gonna go get this coffee. I will be back very shortly. I'm gonna leave. Well, I mean, I should put the AFK screen on, shouldn't I? Ugh. Can I just click the AFK text on? Where do I put that? Perfect. There we go. I'll be back in a sec.
There's one subject we haven't touched on yet, and it's one that you're supposed to be quite famous for.
You wouldn't mean birds, would you?
I would mean birds. You haven't had anything interesting to tell us about birds?
It's the herring gull. This is the first cousin of the herring gull. They're very friendly birds. They're scavengers. They help to keep our waters clean. And they follow ships for the food that sailors or passengers throw. Adult birds are the ones with the white heads and white tails. Gulls about 3 years to get their grown-up suit of clothes. The young ones are brown and mottled. They gather in groups and look each other over, and one male drives off another. But finally, after having considered the matter duly, they begin to pair off.
You wouldn't mean birds, would you? I happen to have anything interesting to tell us about birds?
These days, quite a while. Especially when you don't trust the tap water, but you don't have any other source of. You end up in a situation where you have to boil the water before you run it through your coffee machine. Whereas it's not really going to make it safer if there's bad stuff in the water, right? But it's going to kill anything alive. So, I do apologize. Fortunately. Yeah, I'm going waiting a little while. Because my coffee machine was It's still falling apart, but it's still just holding together too. Go on. We're not going to be sitting here AFK. We're going to move on, I think, when I get back with my coffee. I don't know what we're going to move on to. I don't really have any ideas for like other builds. And given this thing's falling apart, I mean, there's no point sticking around just waiting for it because we were testing whether or not it wouldn't fall apart, but it seems like that's no. I think my kettle is almost boiled. Oh.
During the nesting season, the parents are busy providing food.
brood usually consists of 3 or 4 young. Feathers appear as it grows older, but the brightly colored feathers do not appear until the 2nd year. The parent birds often bring rabbits or squirrels to the nest. But when food is scarce, they may attack other birds. A case of hawk eat hawk. These young redtails are nearly full grown, and they are learning to fly.
Got my coffee machine running. Which I can't let run dry. So 3 hours, 8 minutes, 50 seconds spent on the coffee machine. We are gonna go 3 hours, 10 minutes. We're gonna go check on the coffee machine and make sure it's not run dry. Using in-game mechanics that gets us the same result. The only thing, if I were going to try and figure out how, the only thing I could maybe think of is she's used tiny grates instead. I don't know what difference that would make. It's the only other thing I haven't tried. And I guess maybe the tiny little squares here. But at this point, I feel like I'm just clutching. At this point, I'm clutching at random ideas. But nothing I actually can think of that would make sense to me that would work. Oh, another disconnect. Okay. One of those days, is it? Well, interestingly enough, I gotta go check my coffee machine because it's probably run out of water. So I'll finish this off really quick. I know we got it to defy gravity using long beam. Certain we're not using short beams. Because it stayed up there for so long. We got it for 40 minutes without a single break. There is no way we're using short beam. And again, I feel like this is kind of a piss take at this point.
But the peculiar structure of its body prevents it from making a perfect landing.
I really do. Kind of feel like this is a bit of a piss take. There's no reason this would work, the other ones don't.
During the nesting period, great numbers of congregate on certain isolated islands.
We're gonna sit ourselves back up here. And we're gonna watch.
This island alone, more than 6,000 come annually.
I gotta go check my coffee machine before it burns, so I'll be right
Or
back.
where a long beam causing a fish net. But soon these young will reach adulthood. And like their parents, lift their heavy bodies from their perches, and after several rapid strokes of their wings, level off in an environment that they are fitted.
A bit of water left in it. Still can't leave it running dry. The one thing I can't. Staring at a couple pieces of debris over there. That we're out of ideas, so we're gonna have to move on to something. Just sit down. And I'm pretty sure my coffee machine has gone quiet. Right? Well, up I get again. Okay, finally back. We have coffee. A proper coffee. We have got rid of the AFK screen. Don't know. Actually, Tone, you know, there is something we haven't tested, which is something you mentioned just before. Height. Sorry, what is that? What is that? I wrote pine tree. I've never seen that in the game before. What the hell is that? Warlock, welcome. Spawn pine, forest, 301. 301 stub. 1. That's a bit better. What's this? Is it a placeholder? Is it like super early game asset or something? Now I'm looking at it, the leaves are a bit jank. Go, you found the ground. Good job. For brunch, I had what I am calling peanut butter bacon breakfast, which was a combination of eggs on toast. It's like a full breakfast or a big breakfast if you ever have those. What a big, at least over here, what a big breakfast is basically every breakfast food you could ever have. Sausage, bacon, fried tomato, fried sauteed mushrooms, everything you could think of on a breakfast dish. You could have baked beans, you could have scrambled eggs. But you put it all on a plate. The difference is, and what peanut butter bacon breakfast is a tiny bit of peanut butter on top of the bacon. I am so sorry, because I missed you asking. I heard you say my name while I was digging around doing some stuff earlier this morning. I didn't actually catch what you asked. So we finally crossed the... That's a stub. Entry log half. Log half, oh. Oh. Log half, oh. 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 Entry log old sapling. Log. Pine tree 01. Just pine tree. That's such a weird one to see. Is there a bigger version of the pine tree though? I don't know, maybe it's just me. This doesn't look like a big pine tree. It's also apparently very frosty. So weird. The textures are like swimming. Alright. Clean everything up. A few pine trees. Come on. That should hit. Why is that not hitting? A downward strike doesn't hit? Honestly, I learned the secrets of cooking with peanut butter. There was a cafe... There's a cafe that sold burgers. Oh, it actually works. There's a massive log. Such a weird tree. I wonder if there are other trees. Let's put some down. I was taught the magic of an oak tree. Taught the magic of peanut butter in a lovely cafe. As I said, it was a burger cafe, and they had the peanut butter bacon burger. I absolutely loved the peanut butter bacon burger. And it was nothing special. It was chicken. Well, I mean, it was special, but the recipe is actually on paper pretty simple. It was just a chicken bacon burger, but they added peanut butter and honey. It was a peanut butter honey combination they had on top for a sauce. Super nice. Birch. Birch 1, Birch 1 Ort, Birch 2. No, it's the peanut butter and honey combination they had on the burger was very sweet. They had like a crumbed chicken, so I guess the closest you could have analog wise would be like a honey soy chicken in a batter. Have you ever had honey soy Chinese chicken? Kind of would be like that with an extra bit of peanut butter. I mean, satay probably isn't a bad reference either, to be quite honest. But it's quite nice. And I've basically taken that idea and started using peanut butter in other bread-based meals. So burgers, toast, eggs on toast is another one. And it's absolutely lovely. I think so. Which one ought? What is this? Birch and you've got the plains birch. Interesting. Alright. Separate these out a bit further, shall we? I still can't get over that's the old pine tree. If that is the old pine tree, that's so dank looking. I don't know, it's not jank, but it is kind of jank. Batch 2 is not the one we have, is it? I'll place another birch one just to be sure. Oh, that's the same. Birch 2 pots. Right? Yeah. That's so cool. I always did think they looked different, but that's such a cool thing to see. But this pine tree really makes me want to go find out if there's other objects in here that look different. Thorn, tree, fir. Fir tree, log, sapling, small. Oh, dead. Wait, are they that tiny normally? Not that tiny normally, are they? They're tiny. That's so fun. I don't think we're gonna find anything else. So cute. Pretty sure that's basically the extent of all the objects we can spawn in. Sapling then? Oh my lord! How many of these are there? Where's the actual tree? beach log half. Tree beach. What's just tree? Wait, let me auto-complete them. Peace, Xmas tree. It's just straight off the Xmas tree. Alright. This aside, we spawned a pine tree in so that we could build off the pine tree. The thing that I'm not sure about is that the pine tree is a little short. In fact, all of these are a little short, except for the birch. The fir tree barely comes up to a sapling. No, because that's, I mean, that is the height of the cake about, isn't it? I feel like, were we to actually go look at a real pine tree, it seems like they're a little taller. Maybe not after all. The pine. And I can't find where the base of it is. Where is it? Oh, that's very narrow. So narrow. There we go. Honestly, yeah, the sword for clearing out objects is amazing. This thing for clearing out rocks is also super amazing. Itchy nose. I mean, to me, I thought this was the tallest tree in the game, but I'm seeing it doesn't seem to be, unless I'm just getting unlucky with the spawns. Seems as though our fir tree is definitely way too small. Our fir tree is like this size. I don't know how we get this thing. But it's just unbeatable. As far as clearing things out, there is nothing that does it better than these two weapons. And while you're just in this world sort of messing around, I see no reason why you can't. Good way just to sort of quickly change the terrain around. Where were we? Take your revenge on Fueling Village. Yes, the sledge can crush stone. I have killed all of the starting food in this area. Oops. Except the mushrooms, they're fine. They live. And that rock apparently is unkillable. The only rock in the game you can't kill. There you go. Okay, no, it can crush stone. Even the big ones. They're just good tools for clearing out areas, I think. I really do like them. seems speed doesn't change how much. Okay, so that's something I've been curious about. Speed of a log affecting the damage. I've always thought it just caps at a certain point. Also interesting that it does seem like there's no damage from the log just rolling. Back to business. We have a pine tree. No, I changed my mind. That is 100% a tiny pine tree. Why are we spawning tiny trees? Why are we spawning tiny trees? That just spawns 20 at the same spot, and they are all the same size.
And sometimes frogs and snakes or crawfish.
Okay, fireflies.
The heron fishes in shallow, reedy waters on lakes or rivers.
Cocoon. Right, spawn
After fishing in one place
cocoon.
for a while, he may fly on to another favorite spot.
Spawn pine cone.
The heron eats many fish.
How do we get rid of these? How do you remove something that is intangible in the world?
Billy, the amazing magpie from the plains of North America. He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and musical genius.
Well, we
And so, on
just
with
have
the
that.
show.
Okay, spawn black forest. Treasure chest black forest. Pine forest.
On with the show.
Loot spawn of pine forest.
He's watching. The kingfisher, too, eats fish.
Well,
See how he is built.
this is where the time skip thing will
He is
actually
not at
come
all
in.
like the heron,
We need more space.
but he too is a good
Why?
fisher.
We have so much space.
He often perches on a dead branch over a stream.
Tiny little tree.
He's watching for fish. If he has no luck at one watch post, he will fly to another. He's watching for fish.
Oh,
He's watching
where did they
for
go?
fish.
Do we not kill this? Another one? How many pine trees did we spawn in the same spot? Needs more room to grow. There is nothing nearby. But does it just not grow in high altitude?
Florida, where they go
It actually died! No, that's so sad. The fir tree grew, and it's a proper size. That is so much larger than the ones we spawned in.
The males arrive long before the females.
As we go down here.
Early in spring, the redwings return to the northern marshes where they raise their young.
Yeah. Let's see the shadow. That seems a little better. That's a healthier pine tree.
These flocks are a familiar sight during March and early April in most of the northern states in Canada.
So now, to test height.
When the females
Lovely,
arrive
lovely
2 or 3
coffee.
weeks
Come
later,
here.
each decides which territory or which male she wants for the summer. Females are easily distinguished from males by their silk looks and by their dull shoulders.
How far can you go?
Females do not sing like the males, though they have a number of sharp call notes.
You can go exactly that high. Alright, well that would be exactly the
When the males arrive on their nesting ground, the
does
flocks
not
scatter,
hit.
and each male selects
this
a
one.
small territory in
And that
the
one
flock.
should stay blue.
He drives the other males away and sings and displays his scarlet epaulets.
One, two, three. Five. Oh, one too many there. Or we have to go one wider. It's like standard though. It's fine, it'll do. Oh yeah, the top of the pine trees right here. Right. I really don't know that height has anything to do with it, but at the same time, how do you know? That's the only, to be fair, it is the only thing we haven't actually tested yet, is the height. No, we'll make the grid pattern, although, how do we do this with the pine tree in the way? Are we disconnecting? We're back. I don't think we disconnected. Very bright up here. Right. How is your stream, Warlock? Are you still lurking in the background? How did your stream go? I'll admit, I was kind of lurking, but also not entirely. Memory kind of shot. Today and yesterday have kind of blurred together, and I don't know how it went. Cool. I know you were doing a lot of testing today on the boat ramp. Which is actually, on that note, that was one of the things me and Octo were testing on Red's cake server that caused the boat to be spawned up on all of those planks. We were testing out whether or not... Oh, she just wanted a boat placed there. I didn't question it. I said out loud, I wonder if you could drop down in a boat and take no damage. If you would survive a lethal fall because you're sitting in a boat. And you can. If you sit in a boat, you can survive any amount of fall damage. It just does not deal damage, but you have to be sitting in the boat. Standing in the boat won't work. As far as I'm aware, any form of sitting, whether you use the mast or any of the seats, should work. And you should take no damage. And I think it's really cool. So blindingly bright. But for some reason turning blue moth doesn't get rid of this. Right. Yeah. Hey, Judge. It's very bright up here. But, turn off bloom. Oh, it does, thank heavens. Okay, we've solved it, we're saved. That was painful. We're good. How are you going, Judge? Oh.
When he sees a fish come near the surface, he
Back up we
punches
go.
like a blue streak.
You're not enough with the lurks? Sorry, work is killing me. That is all good. I was about to disconnect because my internet is apparently shitting itself right now. Oh, somewhat. Ah. I'm doing well. I'm struggling a little bit, but today we've got coffee to make up for it. Coffee makes up for all of your shortcomings in life. Not entirely true, but it feels like it does. Is that the right... Maybe that is the right height. Valheim science with bored brain, the Valheim Buster. How is the internet going? Because I've dropped a few. Valheim Mistbuster. Okay, Judge, you might have missed build 1.3. Build 1.3 was a complete failure. It was kind of technically build 1.0 reiterated. So this is the base build, where we had the platform I saw Octo building at the lake. So she's got a hovering build at the lake. It is basically this, from what I could tell, as I am judging by eye. We then reiterated, this is what looks like she's built down at the cake. So if you've ever been on Red Fairy's anniversary cake world, she has a floating boat there. This is what it looks like she's built. But apparently it isn't, because hers floats and mine doesn't. But this takes twice as long as this to collapse, so we're onto something. Build, quote unquote, build 1.3 was just build 1 again, but with infinity more beams. It didn't work. Don't know why. I think the problem is that when it comes to putting down platforms that sustain themselves above ground, having everything on the same level doesn't affect the time. The reason this one, I think, does is because you're changing the deterioration rate of the normal wood planks is super fast, and the deterioration rate of the iron beams underneath, so to sort of show a bit of the magic, this is what she had built on Red server. Underneath is just the same build. I think the reason this takes longer to collapse is because you have interfering physics with the beams being really quick to fall apart, and the iron ones are really slow. So you have a lot of physics interchanging. When these update, then it goes back to the iron beams, etc. But yeah, technically 1.3 just completely failed immediately. This is testing something Tone suggested that I never thought about, which is that height might actually play a role in how slowly things fall apart. So that's the current theory we're running through, is seeing if we can get something to change by raising the amount of distance from the ground we have the item. Because Octo's boat is... it's lethal full damage. Octo's boat is high enough to kill you if you jump off. Come on. So the cake that Red Fairy has is actually being held up and propped up by a pine tree. The top of the cake comes out about here on the pine tree, so you could sort of stand about here, and the pine tree is, that's about the height of the cake. Octo's boat is about the same height, so we're going a little bit higher, but Octo's boat would be about here, and if you fall off, that's the full damage you've got. I've gone a little higher, but I don't think that matters. If the theory works, then any amount of height like this off the ground should suffice. Of course, theory 3, and something I'm not very confident in, is that the cake is so massive, and the amount of things Red's cake world is figuring out is also slowing down the physics. There's last count I had when I logged into that world, 12,000 instances and objects have been placed on Red's cake. That's standing at the base of the cake, you get 12,000 instances loading. It capped out, I think, at 12,050. So the reason I don't think that's what's causing it though, is because Octo's tested in her own server. She's replicated anti-gravity tech in her own world. So I'm almost certain it's got nothing to do with the fact Red's server is just absolutely crammed full of every single object in the game. Also, I have to know, there's no way you have to capitalize to get the emote. Sure. I won't. Ask.
Mother bird sleeps at home during the day.
I know it actually pings me. Having an emote that is literally just the channel name just pings me. But I kind of like that. It's funny in its own way, I suppose. I just get pinged every time someone uses the board brain emote. Alright. As far as I can tell, that's it. The only other thing that was ever placed up here was a boat, portal, and I think we had what else? Maybe we do a darkwood beam, hey? We'll do 4x4 darkwood beam, or 2x2 rather. The fact layering like this is possible. Very curious. Besides work, how have you been, Judge? Is that it? I think we've got every beam there. That little corner's gonna be dark beam. It's a darkwood. I don't know. Can kind of do that, but it's also very awkward. Oh! You can actually just straight up put another floorboard on top. Oh, why not? I won't say no. I wonder if you can put one on the bottom. Locked. Because that's, from what I understand, this is the critical part of making something float. Height. You can change the elevation and build things on top of each other, then they last a lot longer than others. We might even be able to make an example of it. We placed item stands. We've just got this item stand, and I'll even do one out here. Let's just go this. You just look down. Do that a couple of times. You have a little tower of item stands. And you think, oh, they'll collapse really quickly, won't they? Move that back. Every time, I swear. You look at them and you think they're going to collapse really quick, but they don't. Every time one of these updates, every other one of them updates. Every time every other one of them updates, the others will have to think about it too. This is actually one of the quickest, simplest ways to showcase how easy it is to gen angle physics in this game. We get rid of it. It collapses in no time. If there's just one there, it just collapses. Let's go down a little bit. And we'll do the exact same thing. Let's just put one there, and we'll do two in the middle. They don't last, but the moment you have them like that, they last super good amount of time. And you can see the color just thinks about it. Height thing is 100% what we need to figure out, but I don't know how. Octo doesn't have fly in red server to my knowledge. It doesn't look like there's another way we can stick the planks underneath either. Put metal grates down? No. As well though, just so we can walk. That's the snap. That kinda snaps, but it's not in the right spot. I don't think there's anything else we can do underneath. And of course, how can we forget? Hang on. Let's not put that over the dark wood. Let's put that here. We'll even have a little carve. And I think... Oh, they sink. It's like it sinks as if it's on water, no matter where it dies. It's kind of funny. No, she did have like a wall. She had something like this. I'm pretty sure that's where the portal was. I don't know what significance that had, and I do have to go back up and check, because since it was destroyed and we fell the first boat, I need to figure out if she put that back. But, aside, let's collapse the supports. everything else is blue, we're good to go. I think the carve is a bit too much. Check that we're not blue here, right? Oh. Now, height test using build 1.2. Actually, I think was it E-Tone that asked if there's any benefit to having the crossbeams? I think having that building down below is going to be the perfect example. Let something collapse. Not seem as though height plays a factor. Hardly. Hello, Tone. So, I think Tone, you mentioned earlier, or you were asking about the importance of the cross beams. This is actually going to be a pretty decent example. Stuff below is collapsing so much quicker than the cross beam section we've got here. Assume when you say just found out, as in the secrets have been revealed, because I know Octo is telling a couple of people how to do it now. Ignore that, I forgot what I wanted to say. All good. There must be a way to speed up time. time. Oh. I don't know what GC is. Alright. You sleep. Don't dare press it, do I? But, I mean, yeah, just as a demonstration of what the cross beams can actually do to the support, the one below is half gone already. Every time I say that, I look down at OBS and the little cube has gone red. Frustrating. You don't think the top platform's ever gonna break? We've had a couple. There's been 3 pieces so far that have fallen off the top. We need to know how Octo's done it. But it's one of those things, it's like, I don't need to know bad enough to be told. I need to know, as in I'm just gonna keep pulling hair out until I figure it out. There goes some more there on the top shelf though. It's not perfect, it's definitely losing bits and pieces. I could get a better view angle. It's hard to tell what bits are falling out actually.
There's one subject we haven't touched on yet, and it's one that you're supposed to be quite famous for.
Bottom
You
one.
wouldn't need birds, would you?
Oh, no, this one is not connected to the pine tree. The stone floor we connected to the pine tree, so the pine tree was holding the stone floor up. We broke the supports on the bottom floor there. There's nothing holding that one up. The pine tree looks like it's cutting through, but it isn't.
I would mean bird. You haven't had anything interesting to
We got rid of
discuss about birds?
we got rid of every blue platform on both of these objects.
No, our harvest, it's the herring gull. This is the first cousin of the herring gull. They're very friendly birds.
I'm kind of curious how the Darkwood corner over there
Scavengers, they help to keep our
doesn't
water
seem to have,
clean.
well, I mean, we haven't lost a lot of pieces on the top shelf, have we? And without being able to speed up the game engine, I need to apply the sleep buff. That's what I need to do.
And they follow ships for the food that sailors or passengers go. The adult birds are the ones with the white heads and white tails.
There's a cheat code called
3
beard.
years to get their grown-up suit of clothes. The young ones are brown and mottled. They gather in groups and look each other over, and one male drives off another. But finally, after having considered the matter duly, they begin to pair off.
What's difficulty scale? 0 equals reset. Players and
Anything
R.
interesting to tell us about birds?
Seems to be no command to skip forward in time. I need the. It happens when you sleep, right? When you sleep, the game time speed up. I need that to happen, but just normally. Bed. I'm sorry. Spawn bed. Goblin bed. Peace bed. It's a goblin bed. Apparently it's impervious, whatever a goblin bed is. Field Knight. Born a skeleton knight, no archer. Oh. What else do we have? Well, there has to be a way we can, like, okay, so you can apply effects to the character, but I forget how. I don't know if it's spawn. It's a command somewhere. Status, there we go. Spirit. Oh. Out strength, campfire, cold, corpse run, encumbered, freezing, frost. Goblin, Shaman, Shoot, BP, Bone Mass, Agathia, Murder, Odor, Yaglu. Status, Harpooned, Lightning, Poison, Russian Barley Wine. Puke, Rested, Resting. Oh. Oh, death must be the no skill loss. That's all of them. No idea. That's all the commands you can apply, then. Unfortunately, it might just be that you can't make the game time skip like it does when you sleep. Plan B. Plan B is very simple. And B, very dumb. Plan B is just spawn a bed. Then we wait.
A brood usually consists of 3 or 4 young.
Bed. There we go. Needs a roof. Maybe we should just build one normally, shall we?
Feathers appear as it grows older, but the brightly colored feathers do not appear until the 2nd year. The parent bird often brings rabbits or
Needs a
squirrels
fire.
to the nest.
How long's a campfire last
When food is
here?
scarce, they may attack other birds.
On fire. On fire. Fire pit. Fire. Okay. Time of day
Case
0.1.
of hawk, east hawk.
We've either soft locked the game no, okay. I did sleep, but I'm not sure for how long.
These young redtails are nearly full grown, and they are learning to fly.
Well, this is a bit of a predicament. We literally just slept here. Why is it too exposed? We actually just slept in this spot. Okay, here we go. Whoop, wrong button. Button. Spawn. Fire. Close enough. Sleep. Here's what I'm gonna try and do. We're gonna try and figure out if we can game the system. Sort of in a manual way, right? Can't sleep at this time, but we just wake up. It is 0.7. Cannot sleep. What do you mean? Odd 0.75. Can't sleep. It's dumb.
And swift in diving for its prey.
See if we can't make a working bed here though. Too exposed.
Body prevents it from making a perfect landing.
Too exposed.
During the nesting period, great numbers congregate on certain isolated islands.
Right. Too exposed? Of course it is. Of course you need that. Stupid. Okay. Can we just get the bed roof a little higher? If we can get it a little higher,
Some freak of nature
we can walk
disappears
out.
with a perfectly good boot or wear a long beak causing a fish fin.
Okay. The fire pit's doing well. Is that because it's attached to the wall? Maybe. How's this building doing though?
But soon these young will reach adulthood. And like their
And
parents,
Octos has definitely lasted longer than 14 hours, so we haven't got anywhere close, even with last
lift their heavy
attempt.
bodies from their
Sleep
perches,
still?
and after
Okay.
several
The
rapid
plan is
strokes of
still
their
underway.
wings,
If we can
level
keep
off in
spamming
an
the bed
environment
with a
of
time of day set for 0.7, I'm hoping, although I'm not entirely certain the physics will update. What is the time? Oh. Have any wood? What's the time? 0.75. And sleep. Alright. We've slept 4 days, I think, since we placed the bed. So, we do a quick test. We'll actually figure out if this is even viable first before we keep going. We now go So I don't even know if this is gonna... This might not even work. What? -1. Why did that go backwards? Wait, the sun went backwards through the day to sunrise. What was our last time? It has gone up a day. Wait. But the sun physically went backwards in the sky, and only once, so you can't layer it like I thought. Okay, that's fine. Suppose the only way to know for certain is to just wait. What's the sad part? But even with that said, it seems like even if you speed up, even if you use the same engine speed up from the sleeping mechanic, it doesn't seem to actually speed up collision data on any checks. Thank you. Okay. This is the impasse where I find myself at now. I don't want to sit here for another whole 7 hours, or 14 or 20, waiting for this thing to collapse. We gotta shorten the lifespan of this thing. Narrowing down the amount of things that can balance on. think... Why is this blue? Hold up. Okay, no, never mind. No, it isn't. I think we're almost ready. Do we need to keep this one? Maybe. I think we can get rid of this one, the boat falling off. And then we only have to wait like maybe Okay, either we float because we've defied gravity, or we hear something break within the next half hour, and we know it's failed. Because this is quite literally, visibly, this is the replication. Where's the rest of the log go? Noises? What the fuck?
A little way up the river, there's a
What?
the great blue heron.
Flint?
Look carefully at how he is built. See his long neck and his long, sharp bill? How do you think he catches fish?
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Just fell off.
The birds of prey are the owls, the vultures, the eagles, and the hawks. Hawks and vultures are often seen soaring majestically high in the sky.
Okay. We're gonna sit this dead center. Okay, there we go. It's balancing on the... Okay. I just wanted to go down and look up and see the thing from the ground. Now it's smashed a bit, so I don't know. Part of the problem is I don't actually know if the boat is part of the magic. Sparkle, hello. How did the crumbly stream go? we actually have the results in the top right of the corner. There's the results. Building boat and risking another boat loss here. Let's go down. You have... There we go, sun's in the right spot now. Building version 1.0 was the bottom shelf. It took 7 hours, 30 minutes and 24 seconds. I need to retest them because the test we did yesterday was the build limit. So I basically put down a support like this and I built as far in one direction as I could go before it started collapsing, with only the one support. So that was the test yesterday, which was for a time-lapse video technically, which was overkill because iteration 2, building version 1.2 here, took twice as long. 14 hours, 56 minutes and 49 seconds for this building to completely disappear. Building iteration 1.3 or just 1.0 again, but different, was a complete failure and collapsed quicker than, or slightly quicker, if not the same speed as the first design. So throwing infinity beams together did not help. The 1.2 version did though. Currently, we're meant to be testing out, well, we're trying to figure out anti-grav tech. Which you kind of get, right? If that thing lasts for 5 hours, then let's get rid of these, shall we? Problem is, if this thing lasts for 5 hours, that's technically a failure. Because Octos has been up for a few days now. At least 24 hours and counting, Octos had a boat floating like this. So I'm either not understanding something, or the boat itself could be part of the math. Trying to figure out what. But because we had the boats full down before, I'm not sure if we've already stuffed it up. Because the one key thing we did both the first time, and I'm pretty sure that Octo would have done the second time. The one key thing, we place the boat, then we knock out the support. Which means that the boat might genuinely be the source for all of the physics resetting. That was actually Sparkle, that was my original theory. When Octo had a photo, I'm gonna show it on stream. She posted it in Red Server. Just a photo of, if I can find it. Screenshots. It's a photo of a hovering, a quote-unquote hovering build. Let me try and scroll up here. It was a while ago that I remember seeing it. Okay, here it is. Interesting. I'm actually noticing stuff here. Copy link. I'm going to... There we go. It's breaking. It's breaking. It's over. There we go. Reveal. That was the picture I saw. So that was all I had to go off of.
Don't drink and that's safe. Drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like Skyrim. Water is health as fuck, bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
so hard to juggle all of my overlays at the moment. Because I want to make this larger. Paste. That's the photo. You can see the original floor pattern I was trying to copy is there, but there's other stuff as well that I didn't pick up on. She's actually got floating iron grates, or like quote unquote floating iron grates, right? That's where all these torches are. It's just iron grate floor. And then she's got this beautiful architecture here. But my original point, my original theory that I was running on, and that's what we were testing down there. You can see it in the distance. If I get my cursor out, and if I get rid of this photo, you can see it in the distance. My cursor not displaying. How come? Or where cursor go? How is that not picking up? There's the cursor. Okay. So down here we actually tested how far we could build before the thing started collapsing. Cannot see cursor? Should be dancing on the screen. I put it in the shadows, it's easier to see. But it's over here. Originally my theory was if you could slow down how long it takes for this thing to collapse, you would only have to come back and place an object down to reset the physics. All you have to do is put an object down and take it away and you reset it. It doesn't even have to be a support beam. You don't even have to put a beam down that connects it to something. You could just place any object on top of this collection of planks and it will reset all the physics. So that was my original theory. Given that iteration 2 over here with the wooden planks on top of the on top of the original build, you got the wooden planks as well. The longest that could last was 7 hours, but the shortest it took to break was about maybe half hour. It's not really viable to be coming back every half hour to put a different to put a different plank down. Because the 14-hour timer was for the planks to basically disappear entirely. That was basically what I was counting. Unfortunately, I don't think we've solved it. I have more figuring out to do. Which is sad. Drink water? I shall. However, something else we did test. God mode false. I have 75 health. Let me jump out of here real quick. We'll just make some nice adjustments here. That's a decent amount of the structure gone. Now we just have to wait for that to collapse. There's something we did find out, and something I think is a massive success in science. Also something I think I mentioned to Warlock earlier. If you're sitting in a boat, and I mean sitting in the boat like I am, you actually become, as far as I could tell, and we did test this with Octo, you become immune to fall damage. You just have to wait for it to fall apart. Oh no, absolutely not. The floating boat she's got is in a server. It's in someone else's server. She just built it and it stayed there. There's no trickery. She's just built something and it's stuck. That's the problem I'm having figuring this out. And I'm so close to figuring it out too. I mean, 14 hours to collapse a platform. I want to do a 3x3 as the standard measurement from this point on. So... But... yeah, it's someone else's server and they logged in and... What's weird, here's the actual thing that I find odd. They built the platform and then they asked me to come over and place the boat. And then they said, well, I said out loud, my fault, right? I said out loud, wouldn't it be crazy if you could survive full damage if you're sitting in the boat? Bit of a spoiler for what I'm about to try and do. And it said knock out the supports, just get rid of all the supports, so I did. Thinking that she was gonna fall, and we didn't know whether or not the boat would actually work like that. Could have just with the character. But she sat in the boat. We waited just like this for all of the stuff to collapse. And it didn't. We knocked out the supports and her platform didn't collapse, and that's... I was there, I saw it happen, and I need to go back and have another close look at how she built it. There has to be just one thing I'm missing. That's all it must be. That's a nice emote, Lena on fire. It's just fire on fire. I love it. Oh, and on the note of console commands turning off deterioration, I am like 70% sure that's not a command it's not a command I found. I'm 70% sure it might not be a command at all. Oh, I totally know where this emote has to go. Hang on. While we wait, I gotta figure this out. Hold on. Gonna go projector. Perfect. Perfect. Ooh, is that a bird? Lena O'Beer. Lena O'Donnell. I love that. That's such a gorgeous emote. Trash. Part of me really wishes you could custom name emotes. I know you can when you're like super big and massive, but you should get one. You should be able to custom name one emote. Yeah, but it gives you the prefix. That's the part where I don't want to have... Sometimes I'll upload a picture and I want to give it a name. But there's a prefix to it, so I'll write the name and it just adds on words and letters at the front. That's a minor gripe. As long as the emotes are good, then yeah, it's right. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Even when you get big, you can't change the emote name, you can only change the prefix to something else. So...
The heron eats many fish. Billy, the amazing magpie from the plains of North America. He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and musical genius. And so, on with the show. On with the show. He's watching for fish. He's watching. The kingfisher, too, eats fish. See how he is built. He is not at all like the heron.
And just like that,
He, too, is a
we
good
have
fish.
survived with 76 health and took no damage.
He's a good
So
fish.
that test was a success. But
He often
unfortunately,
perches on a dead branch over a
I
stream.
can't figure out how to get the thing to
He's
stay.
watching for fish. If he has no luck at one watch post,
I also gotta remember I don't have God
He will
mode
fly
enabled,
to
so
another.
throwing myself at the ground would kill me
he's
right now.
watching for fish.
I don't really know.
He's watching for fish.
Oh, the rest of the structure's already gone. Gimme. We still technically don't know. Because the boat fell off then, too. I don't know if having the boat on there is part of it. Apparently I just have a problem with boats phasing through platforms in reality. But, hello. Thank you for the raid earlier. I was a little surprised to see anyone had raided me when I had a stream title set to sleeping through the world falling apart. Because that was quite literal. I was asleep. I do apologize for that. And I did claim you did send a hydrate, I think, but I emptied out my water bottle then. But I suppose while you're here, might as well double down, right? But I was so surprised to wake up and see someone had raided me. Was not expecting that, especially because of the nature of the stream. We were just AFK. Even when I was awake, the stream wasn't different. It's the I didn't read the title, saw you're on and just raided. It would have been a peculiar way to start this to join a stream like that, I suppose. Well, you have the results. In the top right corner, the results are on the screen. And I'll show you really quickly if we go over here. I've started demonstrating the actual builds. So version 1, which was the bottom shelf, fell apart in 7 hours, 30 minutes and 24 seconds. We built... This was for a time-lapse video. I want to redo it with a much smaller contained area. What I'm thinking is I get a 3x3 area and we time that for each of these iterations. But this lasted, the build was to max build limit, so we burnt as far out as we built, as far out as we could go before it started collapsing on its own from a single point of support. That was the rule that I was using yesterday. Building version 1.2 is slightly different in the sense that it has a few layers. Beneath the centerpiece as well is still the iron grate. So this one is just layered on top of itself. That one lasted 14 hours. To be fair, I was estimating that this whole process would take about 10. So 14 hours isn't too much longer than what I thought I was going to take. But, I mean, that is a whole 4 hours extra. You know, like, not to say, oh, it was only slightly more, but no, it was a long stream yesterday. And that was the result we had. That'll be a time-lapse video. So I think once I've got that edited, if I can ever manage to actually get that video to load onto software, it's, again, like, that's a 15-hour video. I think it's a 16-hour VOD that you would have to download, and it's at 720p. Then you have to edit out all of the disconnects, because there were still some disconnects. After you've edited out the disconnects, you need to shorten it down to about a 5-minute or less length video. And then wait for all of that editing to render in the program and then export it. So, a bit of a process ahead for that. But those are the results. Currently what we've been doing since then, we never actually closed the game. I restarted the stream because we had about 7 minutes worth of delay. But what we've done since then is basically tried to replicate anti-grav tech. Octo has solved for anti-gravity. I'm just simply playing catch-up by what I can. I'm looking at what she's built and trying to play catch-up. Unfortunately, not doing too well. Height doesn't seem to make a difference. And all I know is the current build she's using looks like what I've got here at building version 1.2. It looks like this, but we just need it to physically not collapse and be fine. That's the one key thing that's missing. Oh, and this one was a complete failure. I don't think if you weren't in at the start of the stream, you wouldn't have even seen this one. We found out you can layer the iron beams infinitely. And it does nothing. You don't get bonus in structural integrity, you don't slow down the process at all. The only thing you do is just have more iron and wood fall on the ground. That one was about the same pace of collapse as this one. So, to be fair, I mean, I suppose that might have taken slightly longer purely because you have to break more beams to get the square to collapse, right? There's physically more to break, but it seemed to be breaking at the same rate as version 1.0. We do not have version 1.4 because our current theory that we're running on is that version 1.2 is the correct one. We just need to figure out how and what we're missing to get it to work. I don't know. And here's the thing that I find funny too. Octo was in the stream. When I showed her building version 1.2, she said, that's it, you've got it. So I'm kind of hoping she actually can replicate it. She said she has replicated it, so we'll have to see. But part of me is curious. We're going to go there and we're going to test and it's not going to work. Which would be its own adventure, I suppose, is figuring out why it didn't and what's wrong. The new one I want to do. There was technically like a 1.25 attempted as well. .25 was interesting because it was the iron beam, and then we had the floor, and then we also had the floor but again. But I think the way it worked, we're going to need the cross beams. Then you get the wooden floor again. And it snaps into place because it's good and nice and kind. This wasn't a fluke. This should snap into place, right? No? Okay. Apparently that was a fluke. There was an iteration we tried where we had an extra wooden floor on top, basically. Except it was actually level and you could walk on it. It was flush with the ground, shall we say. We'll let that one go for now. It's very interesting how long this, like this, you just kick out the stand and it just doesn't change. If you can find the color of the iron beam in there, it's red. In fact, let's just get rid of that. Very unhappy, but it lasts so long with this structure. And comparatively, that's actually not that bad. Comparatively, just the regular square with the iron grate doesn't last anywhere near as long. Ah! All that testing aside, it's not really amounted to much. Lena on Fire has 2 birds. I've been in her streams before, I've heard them. It's so nice having birds chatting in the background. Leah and Bowen. I've been watching her play Raft, because Raft is one of the games that I've been really wanting to actually figure out if I want to get it or not. Because it seems like one of those games I want to get, but I have a really bad time with a lot of water-based survival games where they either make the water part boring or the land part boring. Subnautica actually, it made the land part, I won't say ugly, but they did make the land part less interesting than the water part. But that's to be expected, right? I think Subnautica spoiled me though, because ever since then, almost all of the ocean-based survival games that I've ever found or played don't feel the same, like they feel like they're missing something. But Raft does look pretty nice. I actually wouldn't mind trying it out. Even if I don't end up liking it all that much, it seems like I still get a few hours out of it. Gotta go to bed, you amazing burb Kiwi sounding Aussie. That's a combination, I suppose. We'll do wood, iron, and then more iron. We tried wood, iron, and then it was wood, iron, and then we had the dark wood, which is the waterproof stuff made of tar. That technically never got tested because we just whacked it out and got rid of it when we wanted to make the boat collapse. So I suppose if you wanted to test out 3 layers on the same build, dark wood would be the way to do it. Another tree. Is there a stump still in here? Yes. Warcraft Orc Peon Boys. Only one I remember from Warcraft 3 is Shotgun, which was reused in Hearthstone. Still one stump. Still a few stumps apparently. I regret placing this many trees in the same spot. Ah! Why did I do this? Why do I bother myself? Why am I annoyed that the stump is there? We did it. Also, I found this really weird thing. There is just a tree called pine tree. It's this thing. Doesn't look like much of a tree at all. Nor does it look anything like the actual pine tree. It's got a weird stump down the bottom. I don't really know what's going on with it, but it sure does spawn pine logs when you knock it down. I figure it must be like a placeholder tree. It's got this weird swimming effect too, where it can't decide if it wants to be brown or green. But I don't really know. I think that's the extent of my creative world shenanigans today. I'm almost tempted to actually say we might switch games entirely. We could go back to the rogue run. We're on to our 5th attempt currently, because we lost 2 attempts in a row last time we played. And we're finally up to a point where I think we're about to start the copper run. What ended up killing us last time was every time we got to the copper run, we immediately made the carve and we immediately went boating. And we immediately found a place that got us killed. I say immediately, but it was 2 hours of boating about each time, so... We would be doing copper grinds if we went to the rogue. I think... I've also been streaming for 5 hours too. Maybe we'll switch it up today and we'll save the Valheim for Friday because we've got Shield Maidens and all sorts happening then. And also, self-plug, Friday we'll be going drink driving. I don't know if the challenge still shows up, because I didn't mark it as complete. No, it doesn't. Why doesn't the challenge show up? That should... had a challenge and I set the point score very low. I didn't think it was going to be blown out of the water that quickly. To go drink driving. That should still be here, but it's not. Why not? It just says completed. It should still be advertised on the stream, shouldn't it? Either way, self-plug is that on Friday with the Shield Maidens Day, we're going to be joining Red Fairy, Suki, Petrolux Gaming. Finowin's joined us as well, and Casper or Tiger, depending how you know her. And we're just going to be doing a girls only run. During that time, I'm going to be playing a drinking game, which I take 1 shot per death of anyone, 2 shots if I die, and 3 shots, that is doubling down by the way, so if I die twice in a row that's 5 total. I've just realised. 2 shots if I die, 3 if I die during a corpse run. So if I do not reach my corpse and I make another corpse, that's 3 shots. After that, we'll be going proper drink driving. I mean, you know, I do need to clarify, I keep forgetting, I need to clarify in a game. Drink driving in a video game. It's kind of like the, what's that thing people say? It's like, oh, KYS in Minecraft. But unironically, we will be going drink driving, but we're going to pick a video game to do it. We can pick any from, we've got a couple to choose from ones that follow the road rules. And we've got a couple of others that don't follow road rules and you just drive like a maniac anyway. Where is the top of this tree? Fir trees work like pine trees where you just sit on top. But I think that's going to be it for this today. We do have a couple of other games you can play. Actually, here's a complete oddball. Do you know what I want to play? I want to play Receiver, and I want to show that off to people. I absolutely love that game. We're going to put some hours into Receiver today. It might not work for everyone, I understand. There are different levels of enjoyment to certain things like this, but that's what we're going to do. So,